Hi. We wanted to show you guys just what this looked like early Friday morning in the middle of the night. So I am standing 20 to 25 feet above the river bend of the Guadalupe River, where you can see those trees horizontal. But where I'm standing would actually be 15 feet underwater early Friday morning. So you're just imagining those cabins that filled with water, the cabins that were underwater. If we pan over here, across the road, we have some first responders and volunteers trucks. But for perspective, those trucks would have also been underwater, or at least in water. So like Dylan mentioned, the raging river waters, again, I would have been 15 feet underwater. But behind me, we still have a lot of activity, somber activity here at Camp Mystic. I'm having my photographer, John, pan over to these cabins. They're starting to pull out belongings, trunks, canoes were shoved up against those cabins. So this is Camp Mystic for people that are just joining us right now. We have first responders who are on scene, and those frantic search efforts are still happening. We just saw a truck pull up, and search and rescue crews, they are here walking along the Guadalupe River, just trying to find any information that they can report back. Casey? I know we've been talking a lot about Lila Bonner and her best friend Eloise Peck, both of them from Highland Park ISD in Dallas, and I know our colleagues have been in communication with their families since this first started early Friday morning. They were rushing down here to Camp Mystic with no information, and then they are waiting with agony at a nearby elementary school where all the parents are housed, being briefed, every few hours from first responders about what they found. So I know those families are grieving right now, and we also have some other families who are still waiting for information. So we're trying to respect that. We are trying to keep our distance and letting them reach out to us here at Fox 4 when they are ready. We do have a couple other little girls from North Texas who are still missing. We have not heard from their parents, but from officials, the official number is that 11 campers here at Camp Mystic are still missing, and one counselor still missing here from Camp Mystic. But those search efforts are underway. It's difficult. This is just a piece of the debris that my photographer John Guinan and I have been seeing. So they're searching canines, dogs, drones, choppers, physically in the water, dive teams walking along the banks. So that's what Sunday is consisting of right now. Right, and I think we realized that as we pulled into specifically the city of Hunt today, as we were driving up to Camp Mystic, I was thinking in the back of my brain, how am I going to be able to show all of this, to be honest? Because it was that massive. And it keeps going. You know, some roads are blocked, so this is kind of where we're being corralled right now. So there's damage that we haven't even seen. But we have spent, you know, the morning and a little bit of the afternoon here at Camp Mystic, but we're going to move downstream a little bit after this live shot where there are neighborhoods. All that's left is their foundation. So it just keeps going all the way down the river, the Guadalupe River, into Ingram and Kerrville. I know we're having crews go there as well, but that was definitely in the back of my mind, is I just don't know how I'm going to be able to show all of this because the damage is that extensive. Right, and for right now, it's eerily quiet. Yesterday we were in, you know, Ingram and Kerrville a little bit where they're in the cleanup mode. Here, eerily quiet. Maybe once in a while we'll have a chopper that goes overhead or a first responder that points to something and tries to get the group over. But for the most part, absolutely quiet here. For as many people who are on the campgrounds and around and media, we just had the Red Cross come by and ask if anyone needs any help. So the traffic has died down here. A little update, I don't know how it will be relevant, but the roads are actually closed getting here into Camp Mystic and Hunt. That just happened within the last 30 minutes. I was updated that. So we're gonna stay in Hunt for the day. They're closed because there's so many emergency crews and power crews. You know, those power crews come in extremely quickly. I grew up in Houston, hurricanes. I've worked in OKC, tornadoes, and now flooding. You know how quick those power crews come in. And so they've actually closed down this highway along the Guadalupe River because they need to get so many power crews in, and also the Red Cross and first responders. But so many people were driving down here that it was stalling them. So that, Right, and I believe we just have it confirmed. I checked with our producers before we went on. The camp director was pronounced deceased. He was trying to help the girls. The camp has put out that statement. That is public knowledge. So there were adults here, counselors here, doing everything they can for these campers. But it was the middle of the night, going into July 4th. So the shock value of the water coming in. I mean, I actually can't even imagine it. So I don't want to say I can't imagine it. Mhm.
Trunks.
Mhm. Mhm. Oh, I, I b- right. So I believe we're zoomed in on some chunks. So I'm going to
Yeah,
talk
painted
about.
trunk.
I've never been to Camp Mystic, but I'm from Texas. I grew up in Houston. I went to the University of Texas. This camp is extremely popular. I'm 30, so I have not been to camp in a very long time. But growing up, this camp all across Texas and in the South is extremely popular. Girls come here every single summer. They make friends that go into high school and into college. And I know there's different waves of the camp. So, I mean, the parents, wherever they were, they dropped them off.
Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing, 1 2.
Can you do that one more time?
Yeah. Mic check, 1 2 3 4. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, 1 2 3 4. Mic check, 1 2 3 4. Mic check, mic check, 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4.
Sound right?
Good, perfect. Thank you.
I want to thank everybody for being with us here today. We're in Austin today as opposed to Kerrville because of deadly storms that have swept across central Texas and areas outside of the Kerrville area, and because of more expected storms that will pose life-threatening danger over the next 24 to 48 hours. I want to emphasize, however, even though we now are broadening the area that we're focused on, we are not at all reducing our focus on Kerrville. They remain a key focus in so many different ways. We continue 24/7 operations to search for anybody who was affected by that deadly storm. We still have our Department of Public Safety assets, the National Guard, Texas Task Force 1 and 2, and game wardens, all fully engaged in responding to the disaster in Kerrville. We also intensify our focus on the families affected by this. They're going through horrific events that have turned their lives upside down. We're working to aid them, assist them with regard to counseling, grief, all kinds of things we can do to assist those families. One of the most important things that we can do is to address their greatest concern, and that is there are so many families that are still waiting to learn about their loved one. And we are working 24/7 to get the information that will be able to answer their question. What I can tell you is several things. I had the opportunity yesterday to visit Camp Mystic and get to see firsthand what happened there, as well as all the way downstream after that. And it was nothing short of horrific to see what those young children went through. And we will remain 100% dedicated, searching for every single one of the children who were at Camp Mystic, as well as anybody else in the entire riverbed, to make sure that they're going to be recovered. We know that parents and families, they want information, they want closure, and we want them to know that we are working as swiftly as possible to get them accurate information that will provide that closure. I do want to thank the local officials, city and county and otherwise, who also are working around the clock to make sure they are addressing those concerns. The information I'm going to give you is as of this current moment in time, knowing that this information will constantly change throughout the remainder of today as well as in the coming days. In Kerrville and Kerr County, there are 59 confirmed deceased. There's still 11 missing from Camp Mystic. Separate from there, in the central Texas area, there are confirmed 10 deceased. And across the state, in all the areas affected by flooding, there are 41 known missing. So important to emphasize this, especially in the Kerrville area. There were so many people who were just camping out, not children in camps, but adults camping out near the river, people in RVs and things like that. There are people who are missing who are not on the known confirmed missing because we don't yet know who they are. We will maintain our ongoing search throughout the entire river system to find anybody who may be missing. One thing that could help this is if you are a relative or friend of someone that you think was in Kerrville or Kerr County that you think is missing, please contact the local officials in Kerr County and let them know that you have the name, identification, and other information about a person who is suspected to be missing. If, however, you don't have confirmed information about that and you're making phone calls, you are slowing down the process of the first responders being able to respond to those who are clearly identified as missing. If you're doing that, you're interrupting official business, and that could be potentially illegal. Call only if you have specific information. While we continue the search process in Kerr County, we are now also beginning the process of responding to the disaster that took place. Includes things like debris removal. Anybody who's seen any images whatsoever in the Kerr County area, you know there's debris all over the place that makes roads impassable, that makes reconstruction projects unachievable, that makes search process more difficult. And the state and local governments are working now on that debris removal process. That process is improved because of President Trump's swift declaration of our major disaster declaration. He ensured in less than 24 hours that major disaster declaration was approved, ensuring that state and local governments are going to have more resources to be able to respond to that disaster, more resources to begin the debris removal, more resources to help individuals who've been impacted by this, as well as local governments that have been impacted by this. Bottom line is this, and that is the swift and very robust action by President Trump is an extraordinary help to our response. I also want to thank Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, with whom I spent the day yesterday in Kerr County. I've been doing this a long time, and I've never seen anybody as responsive and as quickly in her response as what she was yesterday. She didn't wait to get back to us. She was able to, in a matter of minutes, get answers to very important demands. And on behalf of the state of Texas, we cannot thank her or the Trump administration enough. I've also been in contact with, and people reached out from Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Burgum, and others that in the entire administration are a tremendous help. I also want to add that there are governors across the country that have been in contact with either myself or with Chief Nim Kidd or state agencies offering their assistance, including Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor of Arkansas, Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, Jim Pillen, the governor of Nebraska, Bill Lee, the governor of Tennessee, Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, the governor of Oklahoma, and Governor Landry in Louisiana. And again, I'm sorry if I missed some. I know there's others that are constantly reaching out. We're here, as I mentioned, in Austin today because there have been lives lost in this greater region. And importantly, there are dangers over the next 24 to 48 hours that could pose public safety threats to people in these regions. There is heavy rainfall that's already occurred, and there's more heavy rainfall that's expected that will lead to potential flash flooding broadly in these regions: the Big Country, Concho Valley, Central Texas, and once again, Kerrville. The point is this: if you're in any of those regions, you need to realize, for one, you're in an area with land that's already saturated with water. But for another, when more water comes down, it could lead to rapid flash flooding events. Now, there's nothing expected at this time to the magnitude of what was seen in Kerrville. That said, flash flooding can occur at lower levels of water than what happened in Kerrville. It's a particular threat for people who are driving on roadways. Some of the lives lost in Central Texas were people who were swept away in vehicles or in similar crossing type situations. Know that rising water on roads can occur very rapidly. You may think that you can drive through it, only to find out when you're in there that it's too late and that you're getting swept away. And so we urge everybody to be extraordinarily cautious for the next 24 to 48 hours. If there's any water on the road, you got to be safe. There's an old saying for a reason, because it's true, and that is, turn around, don't drown. You don't need to get from point A to point B if it's going to risk your life. Your job, the most important thing you can do, is to protect your lives. And taking a step back, for all of us up here, that's our number one job. We put public safety first, and we'll worry about the physical damage second. There are still public safety issues and lives to be saved in Kerr County. There are lives to be saved in all these regions that I just mentioned here. We want our fellow Texans to be safe and secure, and you can do more about that yourself than anybody else can. With that, I will, I think, pass it to you, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
Colonel Freeman Martin of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
It's been a tough 3 days for Texans, and I can assure you here at this table today that everything that can be done is being done. Currently, we have operations going on in several different counties. Williamson County had 3 people missing. They recovered 1, 2 are still missing. Ongoing searching. Burnett County is missing, 2 people missing. The fire chief and a 17-year-old female. The Department of Public Safety is offering any and every resource that we have to help with those searches, whether it be boat teams, rescue, divers, helicopters, drone operators, drones. So there's a lot of work being done. The governor's very accurate. The ground is saturated, so now a little bit of rainfall and watershed can cause issues. Williamson County is well aware of that. The ground was saturated. They knew that it had issues, and they evacuated neighborhoods, which saved lives. All that being done, they still have 3 that were washed away. I'll touch on Kerr County. We have about 230 DPS personnel assigned to Kerr County, and everybody thinks about search and rescue and what we're doing. There's a lot of stuff going on. We're filling every gap, and first off, this is nothing negative about Kerr County. They've got a very good sheriff. Their fire chief is exceptional. Their police chief is exceptional. Everybody's working together. The outpouring of support, there's a lot of volunteers. There's a lot of good stuff going on, but there's a lot of there's just a huge need, and it's a large area. So we're providing 18 tactical marine units with boats. We've got 65 CID personnel assigned, over 230 in total. 11 Texas Rangers, 28 from our Special Operations Group, our SWAT guys. In addition to that, we've got 9 helicopters with tactical flight officers. We're providing cell towers and trying to solve the issues with the radio communications and their cell phone communications. We've provided communications operators to embed with them to handle 911 calls and handle calls with concerned family members. Dealing with the families of these missing individuals, there's no higher priority for us than finding those children. We've assigned commissioned personnel and victim service personnel to the family that are working. They're with them 24/7, can answer or address any needs that they have and get them any information they have. This is tough work, recovering them. So we have victim service personnel there to work with officers that are conducting the search operations additionally. We have some unidentified individuals at the funeral home, adults and juveniles. The Texas Rangers are collecting DNA from family members and from the deceased victims, and we're flying those to the University of North Texas in Dallas, and we will have answers with rapid DNA in hours, not days, to get some closure and information back to these families. We have, in the last couple of days, an outpouring of support from our federal partners, DEA, HSI, and FBI. We've embedded them with our search and rescue teams. This is tough work. It's hot. They're in the mud. They're removing debris. There's snakes. There's water moccasins. This is God's work that they're doing. So, the top priority is the family and the victims. Pray for them, but throw our first responders in there, because there's a lot of good work going on. We're not taking away from any resources from Kerrville to pre-stage here. We're pulling from South Texas, West Texas, and North Texas into Central Texas to prepare for our emergency response. We're well prepared. The legislature, the governor, in previous years has been overwhelmingly supportive of law enforcement and gave us the resources, so we're prepared to respond to events like this in multiple regions of the state at the same time. So, Governor, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now General Seltzer with the Texas National Guard.
Good afternoon. The Texas Military Department remains decisively engaged across the flood operations area. Our current force composition, we have 230 personnel operating. We're flying 8 helicopters, and we've increased the size of our force of high-profile military vehicles to help evacuate people from high water areas. We've also expanded our operations area to not only include Kerrville, but we now have personnel operating in San Saba and Burnett. The additional resources we've added since our last briefing are a behavioral health officer in Kerrville, a chaplain in Kerrville. We also sent a chaplain to San Saba. We've expanded the state's Air Operations Center, which is a multi-agency air coordination center hosted by TMD, but it includes every agency that operates across the interagency in Texas. So inside that operations center, we can ensure that the right asset is going to the right location to do the right job. Additionally, today we have launched the MQ-9 Reaper remotely piloted aircraft out of Houston. That aircraft departs Houston, goes out over the Gulf of America, and climbs to 18,000 feet, and then along a special FAA corridor, traverses over to the Kerrville area to conduct persistent SAR, persistent incident awareness and assessment operations. It's truly an eye in the sky for our search and rescue people. I'd like to thank the Federal Aviation Administration today. Due to weather at 18,000 feet, we could not transit from the Gulf of America to the Kerrville area. The FAA granted a temporary flight restricted area through a lower altitude, which allowed our aircraft to safely transit across Texas and operate in the Kerr County area. In terms of rescues and evacuations for the Texas Military Department, we have a total of 525 rescues or evacuations. 366 have been by air and 159 by ground. Of those count, 20 ground evacuations occurred in San Saba and 5 air evacuations occurred in Burnett. And that concludes my brief. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Now with the LCRA, there it is, Phil.
Good afternoon. I'm Phil Wilson, General Manager of the Lower Colorado River Authority. I think the most significant message we have in the general area right now is that if and when we get more rain, please stay off the lakes. High the lakes have a lot of debris right now. It's not safe to be boating. It's not safe to be out there. We'll let you know when it is, but critically, stay off the lakes. It's July. People are used to summer, and this is not a good time to be out there. To echo, we're working very closely with law enforcement. We have our rangers deployed to Burnett County right now with our mobile command center trying to support the activities up there. It's a partnership working all together with law enforcement, TDM, and everyone that's showing up to help assist. It's a very critical time for us. Next, what the governor said, we have a lot of saturation. We opened gates up at Wirtz and Starkey the last couple of days. Those are closed right now. We're ready just in case we need to. We've added more than 350,000 acre feet to the height of the lakes in Buchanan and Lake Travis. We're 67% full. We have a lot of room in headroom in case more water does come in to make sure those reservoirs do what they're supposed to do, which is to capture the water for the future and protect against flooding. Thank you, Governor.
Very good. Now, Chief Kidd.
Thank you, Governor. And I want to remind everyone, life safety is still our #1 priority. And what I mean by that is, and Colonel Martin said it very well, Kerrville and Kerr County have great local emergency managers and responders. They really do. But they're a community of about 55,000 people. And they had a lot of people there that were not from that area visiting, vacationing. And their resources, and this is what state agency, what the state government does when a local community gets overwhelmed, is we send in additional resources. So our hats are still off to all of those local responders that live and work in that community, and that their homes and families were also impacted, and they're still there on the job. We owe them a great amount of gratitude. Second, we continue with our search, not only in Kerr County, but everywhere that we know we have missing people. And I need your help in being very cautious. Let's not get wrapped around the axle on the word recovery. You're going to start hearing the word recovery used in a lot of different contexts. Be very careful how you use that word, because I'm going to be careful how I use that word as well. We are going to begin recovery operations. That is debris cleanup. That is opening roads. That does not mean we are no longer doing search for live victims, because we still are. We are still out there in very much hopes, very much fueled by the compassion that we show for these families, that we're doing everything we can to find their missing loved ones. So please help me in making sure that we're not wasting our time and efforts on debating over the meanings of words. Let's get clarity when we ask those questions. Second, I'm asking, we've driven around Kerr County and the other areas a lot. We have a lot of people that are traveling in because they want to see firsthand the damage. I'm asking you, if you're not from the community and if you're not involved in our response and rescue and recovery efforts, stay out of the area. Stay out of the area because you don't know the area. Another thing I'm getting right this minute during this press conference is reports of an additional wall of water coming down some of the creeks going into the forks. And I want you to think about that for a second. If you're not from that area and you don't know the low water crossings, you could find yourself in a very dangerous situation. The next thing is we see a lot of information on social media about volunteers and spontaneous volunteers being frustrated because they can't help. We are evacuating parts of the river right now because we're worried about another wall of water coming down in those areas. If you're a volunteer there that you're not checked into our operations, we have no way of accounting for you right now. There is a process that we use to get volunteers into the response, and I'm asking for your help and to get that message out. It's not that we think we don't need any help. It's that we want to make sure everyone helping is doing the job that we need, where we need it, and when we need it, and we have the ability to communicate with them. And then finally, I want to talk a little bit about the word recovery as it relates to the President's disaster declaration. We are very excited to begin those recovery operations with our federal partners who have been here with us in the Emergency Operations Center since last Thursday, since before all of the actual flooding and disaster started. And we're going to work very close with those partners to help our local communities and our families that are impacted by this recover from this disaster as fast as possible. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. We'll take a few questions. Go ahead.
Isabel with KVU. I know that you mentioned 10 deaths in Central Texas. Is there any way you could give us a breakdown of the cities?
We sure can. Chief Kidd has it.
So we're showing, reaffirm 3 in Burnett County, 1 in Tom Green County, 5 in Travis County, and 1 in Williamson County. And again, those numbers are a few hours old. Those numbers could go up, but that's what we had as the time preparing for this briefing.
You said what county?
Tom Green.
Tom Green?
Tom Green.
Yes, ma'am. San Angelo area.
Thank you.
You just said something about a wall of water that you're just now getting reports about. Can you talk more about that and what you're seeing there?
Yeah, I'll share some of it. So I apologize for looking at my phone during the press conference, but this is the live updates that we're getting right now from the field. Is there are unconfirmed at this point reports of additional water coming in. And as the governor mentioned, there's rain still falling on the area. It's not going to take the same amount of rain that caused this damage to make the current water levels rise up, right? Because the ground is already saturated. So any rain that falls can be perceived as life-threatening rain. And so if you're in a low-lying area, we need you to move yourself out of that low-lying area. We've got DPS aircraft that are flying up to try to find this wall of water right now, and the people in the reported areas, again unconfirmed, that are on our communication systems, we're asking them to get out of the water and out of the way so that we don't wind up having to do additional rescues.
Governor
Go ahead.
Alabella, CBS Austin, you had mentioned that there are dozens of Central Texans missing. Local resources can't continue searching in the dark of the night. Does this federal disaster declaration mean that we have federal resources to continue searching when it's pitch black?
Sure. Well, first of all, on the federal disaster declaration, it applies right now to Kerr County. Let me go back. Let me see the total, my disaster declaration counties. So let me walk you through this. So I made an original state disaster declaration, and then I amended it to add more counties. Let me first go back over those counties, then I'll explain to you what's going on. Under the state disaster declaration includes the following counties: Bandera, Bear, Burnett, Caldwell, Koch, Comal, Concho, Gillespie, Guadalupe, Kendall, Kerr, Kimball, Llano, Mason, McCullough, Menard, Reeves, San Saba, Tom Green, Travis, and Williamson. That means that because of that the state is providing additional resources for those counties and state-based assistance. On the federal disaster declaration, for the time being, that includes only Kerr County. And they are waiting to see the magnitude of what happens in other counties before they may potentially expand that, the federal disaster declaration, to include other counties.
So for now, local resources have to stop search and rescue efforts when they fall.
That's not accurate. We have drones and helicopters that have thermal and night vision and FLIR where they can search at night. Our special operations groups have that. And, at the law enforcement level, we don't really wait for a federal declaration. the feds come. They're there, they're helping. They offer assets and resources. This helps with funding and additional resources and bringing in from out of state. But our local federal partners they're very involved. So we've, of course, we're a lot more productive during the day, but we search at night, and we're seeing some really good results, which is good. But the bad news is you will see the death toll rise today and tomorrow.
One other thing to add to that is the U.S. Coast Guard, part of the federal government, was here working long before the declaration was granted based on our partnership and relationship. So we still have Coast Guard assets here, and they will operate at night as well. Thank you for the question.
Go ahead.
Bayless Wagner, Austin American Statesman. Can you talk a little bit more about the warnings that local officials got, the way that the state and federal government communicated with local officials, and whether you believe that these deaths were preventable?
So there were multiple steps taken by the state that I'll let Chief Kidd talk about, but the state began setting up operations in preparation for what could happen in Kerr County. It happened in the early morning hours of the 4th, which is Friday, and the state had pre-positioned assets and resources in and around that area beginning on Wednesday before the storm on Friday. As we learned more on Thursday, more assets were provided in various regions. We knew, based upon predicted weather, certain regions where the rain may fall. There was an inability to know precisely where that rain was going to fall and how much was going to fall where it did fall. And as far as what the locals may have done, Chief Kidd may know more than I, but I would leave it up to them to let you know.
And listen, thank you for the question. We need to spend a lot of time trying to answer this question because from a technical perspective, there are multiple warning systems that are out there. And all of us can choose to sign up for warning systems in certain areas depending on the local government that we're in and the way that their system works. There's a lot of talk about a program called WIA, the Wireless Emergency Alert, and IPAWS, the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, and how they work or sometimes don't work. And then you have areas where there is no cell phone coverage. And if there's no cell phone coverage, it doesn't matter how many alert systems you sign up for, you're not going to get that. And then there's the NOAA weather radios from the National Weather Service. I'll ask you, how many of you have a NOAA weather radio by your bed at home? And so there can be all kinds of alert systems that are sent, and we know that some were sent, some general messaging was sent early, some urgent warnings were sent at various times, but just sending the message is not the same as receiving the message, having a plan to do something when you receive the message, and then the ability to implement that plan. And so I really would love to have a separate conversation with all of you about how we can continue to get the message to the public about what they need to do when they get a message, what they should do when that message is received, and how they communicate that back to their loved ones and family members.
Let me add this also. I don't know if you guys saw this, but the city manager for Kerrville explained that on the morning of the 4th, he was out jogging at about 3:30 in the morning, and it just then began to rain a little bit. He got home and saw that it rained a little bit more, and he saw after that the torrent of water that was coming down the river. And the point that he made was that by the moment in time when they knew the magnitude of the water, it's a difficult decision whether or not to begin evacuating people or not, because if you have a warning telling everybody to evacuate, you could actually lead them to their death. We know that some deaths in Kerrville were people who died who got swept away who were trying to evacuate. And so local officials know the best about the terrain, about the danger spots and things like that, about who might be able to evacuate, those that would just be getting into a more dangerous situation.
You talked in what you just said kind of about expertise and about just knowing the area, and that extends also to the National Weather Service folks who are in those offices and have years and years of experience. There are currently 6 vacancies in the local, the National Weather Service office that cover Kerr County. What is your perspective on how that could have impacted the warnings that you all were able to get and how accurate the information you all were able to get?
So I know nothing about the staffing. What I do know is what they put out. And it's my understanding that what they put out was kind of the information that the state was operating off of, and that is that there were alerts or warnings about heavy rain, potential for flash flooding in certain areas. A problem with that is that to most people in the area, flash flooding would mean one thing, not what it turned out to be, because they deal with flash floods all the time. Just like I put people on notice in these regions of Texas right now. There's the potential for flash flooding, but there's no expectation of a water wall of almost 30 feet high.
Governor Abbott, on that topic, we know that these alerts can be life-saving at times, and a lot of times these forecasters get their information from the National Weather Service. Are you communicating with your federal partners on how critical funding is for the National Weather Service in order to issue alerts like this in this disaster like this?
It's one of the things that we spoke about when Secretary Noem was in, and this is part of ongoing conversations. And I'll add this. As you all probably know, we have a special session coming up, and the way to respond to like what happened in Kerrville is going to be a topic for the special session to address.
We have time for two more questions, Phyllis.
Is part of what you want to address, because there was a bill that was going to create a council to kind of talk about what warning systems, and it was not successful. Is it a concern that there's all these camps on this area? This is an area that deals with flash flooding, but there were no sirens that were in this area. Can you talk about that and why that hasn't been funded to this point?
Well, it's going to be something that will be looked at. As you kind of pointed out, these camps go back almost 100 years, and they are familiar with the water in the area probably better than anybody else. And they have their own ways in which to deal with warnings that would involve children, sometimes as young as 8 or 9 years old. And we need to evaluate what they know, how they respond, what they need. And that's why it's going to be good to have a session with all members working together that would bring different perspectives, because the reality also is this, and that is what's needed in that river basin at that location could be far different than what's needed in some other river basin across the state.
Time for one more, folks.
Go ahead.
Hayden, Texas Tribune. Do you know if anyone tried to get warning to people at the camps outside of the automated disaster system?
I missed the first part of the question.
Did anyone try to get warning to the people at the camps outside of the automated system?
So
I'm not sure that I understand the question. I mean, does somebody go door to door and knock on the doors, or?
Yeah, we're just wondering if there are any official outreach in the area.
You know, we talked to the county emergency manager when we were there the first day, and the county does have a plan for that county and the 18 or so camps that are in that county. Probably be really good to ask them that question and let them give you that answer. It's a good question. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
thank you all.
constantly about volunteers. You know, we got volunteers, we got this. This is a perfect example where this could hinder us. We are pulling our assets out of there right now to be safe. We'll determine when it's safe again to put them back in there. But this is one time we wouldn't be able to contact all these volunteers and get them out of there. So please understand that, and please pass that message. We have a ton of resources here. I can make a phone call and get a ton more here. We have all the resources, all the equipment, all the manpower, all the food we need, okay? Please help me pass that message on. We do have it under control. So now as we get into my notes, search and rescue operations continue with a full response from local, state, and national first responders. We continue to have hundreds of officers, deputies, and to support our staff working every aspect of this emergency along with air, water, canine, and other assets conducting search and rescue. As of 1:30, we have recorded 68 deceased in Kerr County. Among those who are deceased, we have 40 adults and 28 children. 18 adults are pending identification and 18 adults are pending identification and 10 children are also pending identification. Once again, pending identification are 18 adults and 10 children. At present, there are 10 Camp Mystic campers unaccounted for and 1 counselor. We continue to offer our condolences to those affected, and we will work tirelessly till we reunite them with their families. We know there are many people concerned that are affected by this tragic situation. Please be careful about social media rumors and misinformation. False information can cause pain to families and those already devastated by this event. Please follow the Kerrville Police Department, our Kerr County Sheriff's Office Facebook for verified information. Please do that. All of our information put out is verified. Please note that Highway 39 west of Ingram is closed to the public. We are closing that for temporary. That is only for law enforcement resources right now. We had some issues, the public out there parking on the road, we can't get by going through stuff. Highway 39 is closed to the public. Our missing phone call center is open to those reporting missing loved ones. The phone number for that is 830-258-1111. That's the same number we've had, 830-258-1111. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dalton Rice.
Thank you, Sheriff. Again, welcome. We appreciate your patience. Obviously, we want to make sure that we have the safety of our responders, at the forefront of this, so we can continue to do search and rescue operations. First and foremost, our hearts are with the families and loved ones affected by this heartbreaking tragedy. Our entire focus at this time is on the search and reunification efforts for those remained unaccounted for. That is where our energy, our resources, and our attention are directed. Nothing is more important than bringing comfort and clarity to those who are waiting and grieving. We know questions are being asked about the emergency notification, and while it is not the time to speculate, local and regional partners are committed to a full review of the events and systems in place. At the appropriate time, we will take clear steps to strengthen our future preparedness. We owe that commitment to the families who are suffering and to every member of our community. We know many in our community are beginning the cleanup process and figuring out what's needed, whether it's clothes, toothbrushes, other essentials, or cleaning supplies. The City of Kerrville is coordinating with our regional and state partners, State Health and Human Services Commission, the Department of State Health Services Public Health Region 8, and Texas Division of Emergency Management are working to set up a family assistance care center where flood survivors can have the ability to access these supplies. We'll share more details as soon as they're available, and with that, I'll bring up Mayor Herring for information on how you can donate now.
Thank you for being here. I'm Joe Herring, Jr., Mayor of the City of Kerrville. Our work continues. Trained experts and professionals from the City of Kerrville, from Kerr County, from state agencies and federal agencies are all working together with one goal. That is to rescue those in peril and find those who are missing. I repeat what I said this morning. Even though different groups and different agencies are involved in the Emergency Operations Center, we are all working as one team. We want to achieve our goal of helping those who've been affected by this flood. Today I learned that another helping hand has joined the fray. HEB is setting up a mobile kitchen in Ingram. And when that kitchen is set up, it will be able to feed a lot of hungry people in the Hunt and Ingram area. If you want more information about that, just go to heb.com, /newsroom. Countless other local businesses are stepping up, they are finding needs, and they are meeting them. Now, how can you help? If you would like to make a financial donation, we recommend that you go to the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. They have set up a portal to receive donations. That would be communityfoundation.net. People across our community, across our state, across the world have been responding to that request. If you would like to volunteer, the city has set up a partnership with our local Kerrville Salvation Army at the Kroc Center. The number to call to register to help or to donate is 830-465-4797. And when I say donate, in-kind donations. For full updates, verified updates, please follow the City of Kerrville Facebook page. Under Facebook, it's called City of Kerrville-City Hall. Finally, as I've said every time I've been before you, please pray for our community. I believe in prayer, and prayers have been answered. Thank you. And now Dalton Rice will come back up.
All right, at this time, we will take 4 questions. Tammy Prout with Hill Country.
Yes, can you tell me, we talked a lot about the things, the bad things, the recovery, but how many rescues are you at? And of the kids that were in the camps that you couldn't get to, that were safe that you couldn't get to, are they all evacuated?
I'm actually going to turn that one over to the sheriff, if that's okay. You have those numbers a little bit better.
Sorry, Tammy. Again, please.
So how many rescues? You were at 850 a couple days ago, and then we had the camps that you couldn't get to the campers, and they were going to be evacuated. I suspect they're all gone, but have you gotten them all out?
Yeah, included in that 850 that we put out is the campers. All the campers are out and safe. A lot of them have been reunited at this time. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry.
No. Leslie McClure.
Ingram Dam. You guys got any updates on the Ingram Dam?
We have no updates on Ingram Dam at this time. Amanda Henderson, KHOU.
I'm with CBS News, and she stepped up for a story, but we talked to several people in this community who say they got no emergency alerts whatsoever. Governor Abbott, in his press release, just placed the responsibility on the local agencies. So just, I know you're focusing on victims right now, but yes or no, did local agencies send out any emergency alerts, blares, sirens of any kind?
No, I know you guys keep asking this question. We appreciate it. We think it's important. We don't want to speculate. At this time, we know there's a lot of speculation and question around it. Again, there's going to be a full review, of this so we can make sure that we focus on future preparedness. We want to continue to focus on the families at this time, and so we're getting through that. So thank you. Leah Waldman, CNN. Okay.
County is a high-risk area overnight. Why not preemptively evacuate these camps? You said earlier that was a good question. Maybe it's one that needs to be answered.
Yeah, no, again, it is still a great question. And when you looked at the National Weather Service notification, when you look at that map showed Kerr County kind of in the northeast corner, and that spread all the way through San Angelo. So there's a lot of information. That's a wide area that must be addressed. And so as we were, preparing for it, unfortunately, the rain hit at the most inopportune time, and right in the most inopportune areas where the North and South Fork hit. It converged, and so here we are. So again, we want to continue to focus on those rescue operations, and at that, we're not taking any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's going to do it for this afternoon. The next time that we'll be in front of the cameras are going to be 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. unless there is a major development where we need to speak to you sooner. And we will use the sign-up sheet and the contact information that y'all have provided to us to reach out to you and let you know time and place. Other than that, unless you do not, if you don't hear from us, 10 o'clock in the morning, right back here. Thank y'all so much. I'm not taking any more questions.
we've been in touch with Governor Abbott and very close to Governor Abbott and everybody in Texas. Kristi Noem has, as you know, been there and will continue to be there. And we're working very close with representatives from Texas, and it's a horrible thing that took place. Absolutely horrible. So we say God bless all of the people that have gone through so much, and God bless the state of Texas. It's an incredible place. Any questions, please?
President, are you still planning to phase out FEMA?
Well, FEMA is something we can talk about later, but right now they're busy working, so we'll leave it at that. Go ahead.
For the trade letters that you're sending out on Monday, Secretary Bessent said that it would be a 3-week extension and that rates could go back up to the April 2nd level on August 1st. Is that what we should...
Sending letters out on Monday having to do with the trade deals. Could be 12, maybe 15. You know, Secretary of Commerce right here. And I guess, Howard, I would say it could be maybe as many as 15 or so. And they'll be going out on Monday, and some will go out on Tuesday and Wednesday, and we've made deals also. So we're going to have a combination of letters, and some deals have been made.
Starting a third party.
I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
President, what's your golden key back from Elon?
Go ahead.
What's your message going to be to Netanyahu tomorrow?
Well, we're working on a lot of things with Israel, and one of the things is probably a permanent deal with Iran. In other words, they have to give up all of the things that you know so well. The attack turned out, according to every single atomic energy commission, that was a complete and total obliteration. And we had the pilots, as you know, at the White House on Friday. They were incredible. And they confirmed that. They know better than anybody, by the way, but they confirmed that every bomb hit its mark perfectly. And they would have to start all over again at a different location. This one was, the word I used was the correct word, obliteration.
What will your message be on Gaza to Netanyahu?
I think we're close to a deal on Gaza. We could have it this week.
Democrats are claiming your federal cuts for the debts over in Texas.
Yeah, go ahead. I think there's a good chance we have a deal with Hamas during the coming week, pertaining to quite a few of the hostages. Yeah. You know, we've gotten a lot of the hostages out, but pertaining to the remaining hostages, quite a few of them will be coming out. We think we'll have that done this week.
Mr. President, do the tariff rates change at all on July 9th, or do they change on August 1st?
What are you talking about?
Tariff rates, do they change on July 9th or August 1st?
They're going to be tariffs. The tariffs are going to be the tariffs. I think we'll have most countries done by July 9th, yeah. Either a letter or a deal.
But they go into effect on August 1st. The tariffs go into effect August 1st, but the president is setting the rates and the deals right now.
Okay?
Are you investigating whether some of the cuts to the federal government left key vacancies at the National Weather Service or in the emergency coordination?
No,
They did not.
They did. I'll tell you, if you look at that, what a situation that all is, and that was really the Biden setup. That was not our setup, but I wouldn't blame Biden for it either. I would just say this is a 100-year catastrophe, and it's just so horrible to watch.
Are you planning to visit Texas, Mr. President?
Probably on Friday. We wanted to leave a little time. I would have done it today, but we'd just be in their way. Probably Friday.
Mr. President, have you been briefed on the ship that was hit in the Red Sea? Do you know if the Houthis attacked that ship today?
We'll give you a report sometime tonight or tomorrow.
If D.C. City Council has not approved the new stadium for the Commanders, if they don't approve it, will you step in?
Well, we see what happens. I've been looking at the deal, And, you know, I don't blame them. They have to, it's a very important piece of property. It's a great piece of property. So we'll see. But if I can help them out, I will. You know, ultimately we control that. The federal government ultimately controls it. So we'll see what happens. I saw the plans. I saw the stadium. The owner's very, very successful and a very good man. I know him a little bit. And it would be a great place for the NFL to be there, I can tell you that. So if they want to negotiate a little tough, that's okay with me.
Would you see the Commanders change the name back to Redskins?
Well, you want me to make a controversial statement? I would. I wouldn't have changed the name. But that's there. It just doesn't have the same, it doesn't have the same ring to me. But, you know, winning can make everything sound good. So if they win, all of a sudden the Commanders sounds good. But I wouldn't have changed the name. Say it.
Why not help Ukraine the same way you helped Israel?
I am helping Ukraine. I'm helping it a lot. And it's a war that should have never happened. It's a war that should have never started. If I were president, if the election weren't rigged, and it was rigged so badly, and that's come out. Read Miranda Devine in the New York Post today. The election was totally rigged. And if it weren't rigged, you wouldn't have a war with Russia right now, and you wouldn't have had inflation, and you wouldn't have had the horrible Afghanistan the way they left. Not that they left. We would have been out before them, but the way they left. I think the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. You wouldn't have had the October horror show with Israel and Hamas. You wouldn't have had any of it. You wouldn't have had the recent showdown with Iran. You wouldn't have had any of it. And you wouldn't have had inflation.
So you said you had a strategic call with Zelensky the other day. What strategy did you
I
discuss?
thought it was a good call. He's being hit very hard, as I said he would. He's being hit very hard, and I was very disappointed with my call with President Putin. I was very disappointed.
In light of the floods, do you think that the federal government needs to hire back any of the meteorologists who were fired in the last few months?
I wouldn't know that. I really wouldn't. I would think not. This was the thing that happened in seconds. Nobody expected it. Nobody saw it. Very talented people are there, and they didn't see it. It's, I guess they said once in 100 years, they've never seen anything like this. So I wouldn't, I mean, people are trying to blame the school. They're trying to blame the camp. They're trying to blame, it's just a horrible thing. But no, I wouldn't say that, no.
Secretary Ludnick, are you expecting any deals to be signed this week, and what countries are closest to that?
Well, the president is right in the midst of discussing all sorts of deals with all sorts of countries, and the gentleman to my right is going to decide, and I'm going to be with him when he makes that decision.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Let's see. 1122, anything like that? 1122. How does it sound? Does it sound good? Okay, appreciate it. Later. All right, this is gonna be it. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. 1 2 2.
And those are the only two questions I'll ask. What did you see, and what do you think could maybe be done? Yeah. Testing, testing, 1 2 3. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Thank you. Ingram, Ray Howard, Guadalupe River. I'm here at the Guadalupe River right next to Ingram, and I mean, as you can see,
Yeah.
That, since you're doing, reference that. I can zoom into the rescue people.
Oh, they're searching?
Yeah.
Is that a search?
Yeah, that
okay.
looks like a search party.
Okay.
So that's what I'll zoom into.
I'm here at the Guadalupe River near Ingram, and I mean, as you can see, as you've been seeing on TV for the past few days, it is completely, this entire land has been swept up. And if you look over there to the left, you can actually see what we believe are some search teams actually maybe doing some rescues or just searching. But I really want to show you this. Come with me over here onto this side. You can see that the Guadalupe River is just, I mean, it looks like a runway. All the trees are just torn down, coming from what's old Ingram Lake over there, Ingram Dam, and New Ingram Lake behind that. But I mean, you know, the river is originally the size of that, those rapids. If you take a look over here, those rapids way over there. But now, I mean, it's swelled up all the way to this edge you see here to the tree line way back there. I spoke with some local. Yeah, can you guys hear me? Oh, sorry. I spoke with some locals who said that there are actually people that were in tents on this island that's over there, which got swept down into some trees and had to be rescued from those trees. I'm here actually with council member Ray Howard here, city council member in Ingram, and then so this is just a practice.
Okay,
yeah.
good. Okay, good.
Okay.
Right
All
on.
What's going on? What did they just text me? Why don't I hear anything?
I think they're trying to verify that post that you were talking about earlier.
What post?
The two girls found.
Oh, no, I didn't mention girls found.
Found alive. You were like they were found in a tree like 30 miles.
Oh
something.
no, that's just campers that were in tents. Locals tell me that campers were set up in tents.
Oh no
all
no
the
no.
time.
That's what Matt is trying to do right now. I saw the email.
Oh.
They're trying to verify it. I think Chip Roy posted it.
Got it. Ray Howard, Guadalupe. Ray Howard.
Okay. So, talked on you. They're gonna mention behind you. You're gonna go to the search party over there.
Are they still there?
Yeah,
they
they're still
are.
there. I'm gonna come back. That's when you're gonna talk about this. You're gonna go over here again, and then that's when you're gonna bring in interview. All right, got it.
Ray Howard, Guadalupe, Ingram. Oh, they're gonna want it for Fox SA too, so we'll do the same thing if that's okay. Right after.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna take years to clean this up.
I know. Yeah, it's the water is just brown, you know.
Yeah, that's nothing. This will all dry up here. It'll be just that stream right there, and there's another stream on the other side that makes this island.
Yeah.
And
Which wasn't an island before. It was just dirt to the river.
People from all over the state come here to camp right here because there's a waterfall right there.
Oh.
And it's like, whoo, we're at the waterfall. It's like a like this much of a waterfall. It's not much of anything, but it's, you know, I look out at my kitchen window and I see people camping out there all the time.
Yeah.
And there were people out there Thursday.
In tents, and they got swept.
I just drove in from MD Anderson Hospital just to come. I've been at MD Anderson for like 2 months fighting cancer.
Oh, real man.
I wanted to come home and be with the wife for at least a couple days, and all this happened.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Starting an experimental drug. I'm the very first person to try it.
Oh, really?
So,
good luck, man.
I'm already at the stage where we've cut and we've done everything we can, and the chemo didn't work, and so.
Dude, I'm sorry, Ray.
It is what it is. I'm fine with it. Been fighting it for 15 years, but the last 4 years it's just gone crazy on me. I got 11 tumors in me right now.
Oh.
But
well, I mean,
busting my ass trying to help everybody else out. That's what it's all about.
There you go. I mean, and hopefully the experimental drug works.
Yeah.
We don't know. So.
Yeah. If anything, it helps somebody else down the line that's
That's how I look at it.
Bless you,
I'm
man.
blessed. I mean, the cancer was like a 3 to 5 year life expectancy, and I'm going on 15. So good Lord's been keeping me in the workings. We got fire rescue going down here.
Yep.
So I don't know if this high water is going to come or not.
Maybe not if they're down there.
Yeah.
Oh, careful.
Yeah, I got stuck in my own field. I had to get 4 times to get out of it. I just had to change tires and I drive it.
That's why we can't have nice things. Yep, I can hear you. Yes. Yes, I can.
Yeah. I see Mike.
They can't hear me, but yes. You cut out, Josie. What'd you say?
Good. Everything's connected. Talk.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing.
I know you're fascinated by those. I haven't seen it.
I said we try to make it up so we can't miss it again if they're down there.
It's fine. Just follow me.
Hunt from cleaning up. This home, all that's left of it is the foundation. The entire home washed away, and for their neighbors, it's the same story. All that's left, you can see the steps going up to the home, and then their home washed away. Also in the distance, we have a car in a tree. But earlier today, people were trying to clean up, but that has since cleared out. Here on the steps, we have belongings. We have a mirror. Looks like this is someone's cardiology sign. We have a sign to the street. Looks like we have a clipboard, notepad, some china here. Absolute devastation here in Hunt. And then if we move over here, you have power crews who are working here in Hunt along the Guadalupe River. Right now, they're really focused on that power pole that is snapped in half. And that's really the priority right now here in Hunt. The roads have been closed off to the public. It's only first responders and people that are needed on the ground to move forward in this area. In Hunt, Peyton Yeager, Fox News.
6, starting to get a little twilight and stuff. A young child, 13, 14 years old, floating by screaming for help, and all I can do is try to contact sheriff department and get them knowing that there's some people floating down. So that's what I was doing, trying to do my part there, because if you go in, you're going to be a statistic also. So
And I mean, we don't really know what happened to them, right? And it was really dark.
It was dark, and downstream here it gets real congested with lots of cypress trees in the middle of the river. It's just amazing. It's amazing the lady made it from Hunt all the way to Comfort, wound up in there. That's just by God's grace that she lived through that. So who knows? They may have lived. Maybe that child was stuck in one of the trees that they're some of the ones that they rescued. I'm hoping.
And do you think there's anything that can be done about this? I mean, is there anything as a city council member maybe that can be done here?
Well, we need some federal assistance to get flash flood warning system set up. If it's going to be one of the things I press for being a city council member, funding comes down to funding. But thank God, Governor Abbott and President Trump established an emergency declaration as quick as they did. I thank big time all the rescuers that showed up so fast. It's amazing. I couldn't believe, and I still can't believe, how fast all the rescue people showed up. And I thank you very much for what you guys have been doing, and it's been nonstop. You guys have been working nonstop, and thank you from deep in my heart. We're praying for you guys. We're praying for the families that have lost everything and lost loved ones. So this is a terrible situation, but yeah, we need to get like early warning systems set up somehow.
Maybe like a siren or something like that.
Yeah,
maybe.
that would be good. But even with that, people still want to come down and look, and don't believe it until they see it with their own eyes, and then sometimes it's too late for them.
Got it. Thank you so much, Ray.
Thank you.
And I mean, as this all develops, and I continue to talk to more people here in Ingram, I'll keep you guys up to date on what's going on down here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This guy's a professional.
Okay.
I'm going to do another one too. Yeah, my third term. First one, nobody really voted for me. The city council did. There was an open seat. And the second one.
Thanks, Ray.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. I think so. We got Fox also, Fox SA, doing their show. We work for both. I'm gonna see when they go live. I don't know if you want to do that too.
Yeah,
same thing.
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you live right there, right? So, I mean, if you need to go anywhere, just chill for a bit, we can just get you.
Oh, you're on my property right here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry,
right.
we didn't ask for permission.
Sorry.
We didn't know who, and I was gonna be like,
we asked her. Oh, that was you guys?
The missed call you had for me was me going to tell you, hey, News 4's going to park on your shit.
We're sorry about that. Yeah.
No, it's no big deal.
Right. Thanks, man. Thank you
That's
so much.
okay. Yeah, you see that right there?
Yeah.
We pulled that yesterday, a quarter-mile down the river from my friend's house.
Yeah, I had a chainsaw the
And
tree off of it.
that
Guadalupe.
Hey, I don't know if you're still streaming Live View 2, but I'm recording search and rescue. They're really digging. I don't know if they're just trying to clear a road or they're digging for something, so I just be careful on my stream if you're still streaming me. Okay.
Yep.
And he's
Still there.
yeah.
Okay, but
Okay.
Chris is doing something right now.
No, I wanted to see if they were still streaming me because they're digging.
All right, I'm here.
There you go.
Yep, different shirt. It's when you work for two stations.
Get out of there! Get out of there!
Gabe, let me know when we're in, like when you have us scheduled, because I will have to get Ray Howard over here. He's trying to get people out of the river. Yeah. That they're in the flood zone. They're standing. They're not in it. Okay. Okay. 1 second. All right.
During the flood.
I know.
This guy's walking his two little kids down to the
Oh,
water's
my.
edge to go look at the flood waters. I went ballistic on that dude.
Well, they're ready for us here.
Okay.
Do you want to mention that? Tell people to just stay out of the. I mean,
Yeah.
That's
Oh, yeah.
ridiculous. All right.
Yeah, you see, they're not going. Yeah, and they got their kids down there. See that? That's insane.
You guys got to get out of there. All right. I'm ready. All right, we're about to go.
Hey, you want to do a little run? Yeah. We gonna tell them to get out of there? Yeah. Would you? I just yelled at them. They've got their kids down there.
Thank you.
That's my grandson. He just moved here 4th of July from California. Finally got him out of California. He's a political refugee.
Oh. Okay, Guadalupe River in Ingram. Guadalupe River here in Ingram.
Yeah, I went nuts on that guy with his kids.
With kids?
The
That's
little kid falls in, dad jumps in, the other one watches dad and the brother or whatever die, and traumatized for the rest of their life, you know? This isn't the first flood I've ever been through.
That's right, Darian. I'm here right out of Ingram. I mean, you know, the Guadalupe River is right behind me. It was more like a lake just 2 days ago, just flowing down where it usually goes. But I want you to take a look at these crews over here down by, it looks like a bridge. It looks like they're looking for something right now. Of course, we have first responders searching for people and then after people property. But we've been watching that for a little bit. We haven't really seen how or if they found anything or if they're just clearing debris from that area, which wouldn't be a surprise considering how much debris we have here. I want you to take a look over here, just follow me onto this side, at how wide the Guadalupe River is right now. I mean, you can see what's Old Ingram Lake all the way down there, Ingram Dam, and then New Ingram Lake behind that. And it's just, you know, it's maybe 100 feet width just going all the way down this river. I spoke to some locals, follow me over here. I spoke to some locals who tell me that the night of the flooding, I mean, there's this island over there, it's green, this green grass over there where people were camping, but were eventually swept away in their tents and saved from trees further down the river. And this water you see down here actually didn't exist. It's actually the Guadalupe River is those rapids behind it. This is just a new section of the river, essentially. I actually have council member Ray Howard with Ingram with me here right now. Ray woke up early in the morning and he saw exactly what was happening. Ray.
Yeah, we've got the emergency flash flood warnings on the phone, 3 of them. When the 3rd one came out, I came off I live right here, right on, this is our property right here also. I came out, walked out, couldn't believe what I was seeing from the porch, walked right here, right where we're standing, and
the water was here, right?
The water was right here, just on the other side of these railroad ties that we're standing next to here. And all I could see was water all the way across, and I knew that there were people out there. I saw them the night before camping. While I was standing here, and a camper trailer went floating by with lights on inside the camper, and people were screaming inside that camper, going down towards this bridge right where all these rescue crew are looking right now. So I don't know what's going on there. I can only assume, but as it started getting a little lighter, I saw a 13, 14-year-old kid going by screaming, and it was just horrible. Nothing you can do. So.
And I mean, you called law enforcement, obviously, right?
Yeah, just telling them that what I could see in there. It's running so fast, by the time they get here, they're already 2-3 miles down the river.
And we have no idea what happened to them.
I have no idea. I can only hope for the best, and God was with them, I hope. You know, there's been so many miraculous already savings that people, the lady that made it all the way from Hunt all the way to Comfort, I mean, survived. That's awesome. God was with her.
Miles and miles. All the way
That's like 22 miles.
I know, yeah. And I mean, Ray, what do you think can be done? Maybe, I mean, you're a city council member. What do you think can be done here in Ingram? I know it affected more than just Ingram.
Right.
but-
I mean, our little town is small. We need funding. So if there's some funding that we can find, so we can get some early warning systems, like maybe a tornado siren type thing, so we can get going. That's what we need. We need something like that. I'm going to push forward as much as I can, but we're a little teeny town, so we need the funding to get this done.
Got it. Thank you, Ray. And I mean, earlier in the day, I mean, only a few hours ago, we got flash flood warnings here in Ingram. But still, I mean, only a few hours ago, we saw people walking down where the river is over there. You should not do that. Definitely do not do that when you get flash flood warnings. And yeah, I mean, we'll keep you up to date on what's going on here as the day unfolds.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, yeah, Ray, we just want to know, how long was it from when you got the warning of these floods to when you saw this water, when you came out here and it was this high? How long?
Well, I think 2:30 was one of the, and 4 o'clock I got up. That would have been at the third one, and so it had already got to this point by 4 o'clock this morning. That morning.
Within 2 hours, basically.
Within 2 hours, yeah.
A lake size almost.
Yeah, this is a lot of volume right here across here. This is a lot of water to be all the way up to the top here. It's absolutely amazing that amount of rain fell that quick.
Right, and just for the viewers, it was from here to that tree line way over there. Yeah, so.
One of the things I want to give a shout out to is the responders, everybody that showed up so fast. Can't thank you enough for being and doing what you're doing, and you're still here. And I know Governor Abbott said he's not going to leave. They're not going to leave until everybody's accounted for. So I just want to thank you, all the responders, everybody that showed up. It's amazing how quick y'all got here.
Got it. All right, thank you, Ray. I think they have one more question, maybe. Do you guys have? I mean, from what I see, it looks like, I mean, you could take a look yourself over there. The camera has better zoom, obviously, than my own eyes, but it looks like they have one crane working right now, and it looks like they're clearing that debris, actually, not like they're searching for anything. Obviously, they have a lot of work to do throughout the day to accomplish that. Ray, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
That would be about the
31, where, again, mobile homes were swept away and residents were forced to deal with rising waters in the middle of the night.
Today we're continuing our search and rescue efforts, and one of our Lake Patrol boats is out with Parks and Wildlife searching the Cow Creek area, which is only accessible by water at this time because of the roadways have been washed away.
In the last 48 hours, some parts of central Texas have seen 15 inches of rain.
We've had, again, like 2017, we've had other major flooding events in this area that we know pretty much where we need to go right away. The sheriff and deputies, they're out there every day. They know what's going to flood. So we're able to kind of predict a little bit ahead of time. You can't predict everything.
The National Weather Service extended flood watches in the central Texas area until 7 p.m. on Sunday. County officials want to remind people to stay vigilant, especially in low water crossings.
Very proud that our county answered the call to go assist in Kerr County, but at the time, the next morning, they had to come and assist with Williamson County. And so they put in many man hours and are thankful for that.
County officials say we're officially in the recovery process from this weekend's flooding. If you experience any damage to your property, report that to tdem.texas.gov. Reporting in Williamson County, I'm Jessica Rivera, Fox 7 Austin News.
And the fast-moving water on the San Gabriel River wrecked an RV park downstream in Georgetown yesterday.
Fox 7 Austin's Cliff Thornton joins us live from the Shady River RV Park with a look at how things are going there. Hey, Cliff.
Yeah, Dennis, it's a day of assessment, a day of recovery for the folks here at Shady River RV Resort here in Georgetown. As you can see, as of about 45 minutes ago, it's a day of more rain as heavy rains have just moved back through, and they're in the process of still raining. Let's take a look at some video from Saturday to see what this place looked like. It was RVs and vehicles submerged in roughly 30 feet of water as water rushed from upstream where the San Gabriel got upwards of 15 inches of rain in western Williamson County. In fact, where me and Chris Combs, our photographer, standing right now, this place was underwater. Some folks got their RVs out, but most didn't. There are upwards of 100 or so RVs in the resort right now. Now, fast forward to Sunday, and what's left is eye-popping wreckage from the RVs being tossed about by the water. We spoke with an RV owner from Houston who was here for the 4th. He lost his RV and his truck. But you do have some locals coming out to help, including a local tow truck company owner based in Florence, Billy Ayers, and his crew down here flipping RVs and vehicles back upright. They're doing this all for free. Ayers grew up in the area and has spent a lot of time at this RV park, but as a relatively new business owner for just a few years, this is his first time to be on the recovery side of things.
4th of July weekend, had my trailer here. We woke up to the fire department banging on the door at 7:37 in the morning, yesterday morning, telling us there was a wall of water coming this way. By the time we got some of the stuff out and into the vehicles, the water started coming up to the bottom of the trailers, and we were able to get out with some stuff and their vehicles. I couldn't find the keys to my truck, so it was left, and my truck is down there, got completely submerged. You couldn't even see it. And the trailer's torn in pieces back here somewhere. We're trying to locate what is left of it to see if we can salvage anything. But
all the ones that you see that are stood up here, I've already flipped all those back over, and I'm just working my way down. There was cars earlier, I don't know if you got to see them, that were flipped over on the road. I've already flipped them back over and hauled them out. I'm doing this all free of charge and just helping out the community as much as I can. I called in several buddies and wife and brother and parents, and we're all just down here doing what we can. Devastating. This is everybody's house. I'm helping people get heart prescriptions and try to salvage it, whatever could possibly be left.
All right, guys, as you can see, the rain and a storm has moved back into the area. The rain has let up just a little bit, but we're getting some thunder and lightning as well right now. And as you can see, there are some folks who are now in the process of moving some of these now totaled RVs out of the park, but still a long way to go before the RV park is completely cleared out, and hopefully they can get a lot more work done this week once things start to clear out and dry up.
Yeah, Cliff, on that note, I've noticed from the reporting you've done over there, the level of resilience from the people there, it seems to be off the chart. Is that the sense?
Yeah, it is, Dennis, especially on day two. I mean, me and Chris Combs, our photographer, got out here today, and it seems like that whatever emotions, and there have to be emotions from this, have subsided, and it is now just a very matter-of-fact attitude. It's like, this has happened. Let's get it done, and let's put this behind us and move on. It's almost as if the negative emotions, the grief, has turned into getting the job done, and let's get this thing cleared out. Let's get this place cleared out, and let's do our best, not only to help ourselves, but to come in. Folks just such as Mr. Ayers. Let's do our best to come in and help the folks that need it. And whenever Chris and I were here earlier today, there was a situation in which Billy was just trying to get an RV open for one of the tenants here in any way possible, and it turned out that he actually it was tipped over on its side, had to rip out the bottom of it with the tow truck just so the tenants could have access to very important belongings in there, such as medication, clothes, and a lot of other valuables. So it is just however you can get it done, and let's the message for Mr. Ayers and people like him is just to let's help these people out in any way we can.
It's great to hear how people are responding. All right, Cliff, thank you very much. Well, a lot of the folks in Kerr County has been at that girls-only summer camp called Camp Mystic in the town of Hunt.
Fox's Peyton Yeager was there today with a look at the aftermath.
The rain here this afternoon making those search efforts more difficult, but also preventing people here in Hunt from cleaning up. This home, all that's left of it is the foundation. The entire home washed away, and for their neighbors, it's the same story. All that's left, you can see the steps going up to the home, and then their home washed away. Also in the distance, we have a car in a tree. But earlier today, people were trying to clean up, but that has since cleared out. Here on the steps, we have belongings. We have a mirror. Looks like this is someone's cardiology sign. We have a sign to the street. Looks like we have a clipboard, notepad, some china here. Absolute devastation here in Hunt. And then if we move over here, you have power crews who are working here in Hunt along the Guadalupe River. Right now, they're really focused on that power pole that is snapped in half. And that's really the priority right now here in Hunt. The roads have been closed off to the public. It's only first responders and people that are needed on the ground to move forward in this area. In Hunt, Peyton Yeager, Fox News.
And we will be right back.
You never see it coming. The crushing force of a head-on collision. Spines compressed. Necks whiplash. Your mental health traumatized. Simple joys become impossible. Walking your daughter down the